Legal experts believe this could become one of, if not the most important criminal responsibility cases in the history of Massachusetts and even across the nation. Today, 18 jurors, 6 of whom will be alternates and won't know their fate until the end of the trial, will be answering the question: was Lindsay Clancy a calculating murderer or a woman so mentally ill she wasn't legally responsible for what she did?
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the global phenomenon, bringing you the very best guests in all of true crime, and this is special coverage. We are bringing you opening statements in what could be a precedent-setting case in Lindsay Clancy versus the state, or the Commonwealth, I should say, of Massachusetts. For those who do not know, opening statements are set to start in just a couple of moments, and our very own Tim Jansen, the famed Tallahassee criminal defense attorney who spends his summers in Cape Cod. He is at the courthouse, number 1 in line this morning. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but he was number 1 in court this morning, and you see him there. Now, there is no live tweeting from inside the courtroom, but we will get him the minute opening statements are done. And obviously, not only are you getting Tim, but you're getting pretty astute legal analysis from this trial. So we are live on the ground in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Now, Lindsay Clancy, she is a former, this is hard to believe, a former labor and delivery nurse from Duxbury, Massachusetts. And she stands today accused of, and this is as brutal as it gets, so just a trigger warning, but she stands accused of murdering her own 3 young children inside the family's home, back in January of 2023. 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, 8-month-old Callan. And Callan did not succumb to his injuries for a few weeks. So he did not die instantly. And I don't want to get too detailed about it, but an exercise band was used as an instrument to choke the 3 young children. So again, I just want to say their names today as we look at them: 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, 8-month-old Callan. So what's so interesting about this case is the defense is not denying that she killed her children. Instead, they say that she was suffering from severe postpartum mental illness, which was made dramatically worse by the fact that she was way over medicated with a cocktail of psychiatric medications. Now, the prosecution is expected to say something very different. They're going to say, no, this was not madness. This is not the workings of a crazed, depressed woman, but rather a woman who planned this because at the time she asked husband, now ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, to go to the store at the time that she did this. She even tried to take her own life and is permanently, partially paralyzed as a result of jumping out of a window. Her husband, by the way, ex-husband, will apparently be the first witness in this trial, and we plan to bring you that as well. But he is also supporting his wife. It's an interesting predicament because he is going to be testifying on behalf of the Commonwealth, but also for the defense. And to be quite honest, it's going to be interesting legally to see how that plays out, sort of playing, in essence, both sides of the fence. But this is a guy who is standing by his wife in her darkest moments. Interestingly, as well, he recently got remarried to a fertility doctor in New York City. And he's an unusual character, this guy, being able to pick himself up. There are some people, I was talking about this with the COE. If this happened to me, I don't know that I'd be able to pick myself up the way this guy has. 4 months after the murders, was able to sort of recreate his life and moved to New York City and met what he now describes as the love of his life. Again, Tim Jansen, the famed Tallahassee criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor, he is first in line this morning. He is inside the courtroom as far as we know. There'll be no live tweeting from inside the courtroom. And you see Court Dog Daniel, who's there as well. No phones allowed in the courtroom. And Daniel, thank you for emailing us. We're going to reach out for sure. But I didn't realize, to be honest, that Court Dog Daniel was on the ground at so many of these trials. Obviously a good guy to know, and maybe he'll be doing some STS sideline reporting for us. So again, the case is in Plymouth, Massachusetts, just a stone's throw away from where Tim Jansen is. A quick summary of the case. You have to go back to January 24th of 2023. Patrick Clancy, the man you're looking at there, the now ex-husband, he leaves the family home upon a request from wife Lindsay. She asks him to pick up some takeout food and also medication from CVS. And when he returns, that's when lives are turned upside down. His life forever altered. The two older children's lives taken from them, snuffed out. The youngest, Callan, just 8 months, in horrific condition, later succumbing to his injuries. And there you have it, a live look at the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. And we are going to be going to it live as we are at the moment, but I mean live in terms of audio. The minute the Judge Sullivan, great Massachusetts name, the minute Judge Sullivan steps in. So back in January 24, 2023, Patrick Clancy is asked to leave the house by his wife, Lindsay. When he returns, the kids gone, except for 8-month-old Callan. She, the wife, had literally tried to throw herself out a window, forever partially paralyzed. Again, the 3 children, tough to say this, but strangled with exercise bands in the basement. Not only did Lindsay jump out a window, but she had tried to slash herself prior to doing that, leaving herself both scarred, as I said, and paralyzed. She was ultimately indicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Now, this is where it gets interesting. From the beginning, the defense acknowledged that she caused the deaths, but argued that she was suffering from catastrophic postpartum psychiatric illness, possibly a postpartum psychosis, and it's worsened, they say, by numerous prescribed medications. Again, a cocktail of medications that she was taking for all these mental health maladies. Now, the prosecution says that her actions before, during, and after the killings demonstrate planning, awareness, and criminal responsibility by the mere fact that she asked ex-husband Patrick Clancy to leave. So they say she had the wherewithal to do it and was looking for a window of opportunity. Now, here are the possible verdicts in this case, which is interesting. Number one, and I guess the most obvious, is guilty she could be of first-degree murder. Again, it is a panel of 18 jurors, 6 of whom will be alternates. They don't know until the end their fate. Now, of the 18 jurors selected, according to Christina Rex, a reporter from WBZ in Boston, 12 of those jurors are women, which is important, I think. 6 are men. And what's also interesting, you hear majority women, well, they can relate. Women get pregnant. They know what it's like possibly to be a little depressed after giving birth. But generally, the psychology is the opposite, that women are tougher on women. So I'm curious about the jury selection here, and this has got to be a monumental task to sit on this jury. They say the trial could last 6 to 8 weeks. I personally don't think it's going to last that long. I think 3 weeks is probably closer to the reality, but they always put in some buffer room there. So we will see. But back to the possible verdicts here, because this is important. Number one, guilty of first-degree murder. The jury concludes the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was criminally responsible when she killed her children. She would receive the mandatory Massachusetts sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder. This is interesting in and of itself. The second possible verdict in this trial, this is the one that a lot of people are betting on, and in the Commonwealth, this is how it's described: not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. That is how it is defined in the law in Massachusetts. Not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. This is the verdict that the defense is actually seeking here. In many states, people refer to it as not guilty by reason of insanity. Here, it is not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. Massachusetts using a different terminology. So the defense attorney here, Kevin Reddington, he's not, in essence, asking jurors to find Lindsay Clancy not guilty or even innocent. He's asking them to find her not guilty of criminal responsibility, suggesting that a severe mental disease or defect would make her essentially incompetent, unaware of what she was doing at the time of these three killings of her young children. If that was the case, if she is found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, does she simply walk free? The question is absolutely not. She would most likely be committed to a secure psychiatric facility. A judge would then be in charge and would determine how dangerous she is, how long her confinement is. Could it be for life? If those conditions persist, she's not leaving the courthouse under that, sort of circumstance. This is akin to Andrea Yates, another famous case where she drowned her, I believe it was 5 children in a bathtub. But so what exactly here does the defense have to prove? Massachusetts, interestingly, is more favorable to defendants than many states. Again, they just have to raise this issue of lack of criminal responsibility. The jury will essentially be asked, did Lindsay Clancy suffer from a mental disease or defect that left her substantially unable to, one, appreciate the wrongfulness of what she was doing? That is how the law stipulates it. Will the jurors be able to answer the question, was she unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of what she was doing? Or 2, conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? That's going to be the battle here today. And this trial is precedent setting potentially for the rest of the nation. Obviously not a classic example of did she do it or didn't she do it. The defense here, again, already before this trial even gets going, admitting openly that she is responsible, but she's not criminally responsible. Now, opening statements are set to kick off momentarily, and the jurors here are going to hear 2 completely different stories. From the prosecution, they're going to hear this was a loving mother of 3, a labor and delivery nurse who actually was sinister in her planning, was predetermined in her planning, and wanted her 3 children removed from this world that we live in. The defense, on the flip side, is going to say that she's a devoted mother whose mind completely collapsed under the pressure of childbirth. Callan, the youngest, was just 8 months, that she had this postpartum psychosis, that she was just deluded by a cocktail of mental health medications to try to help her with postpartum depression. But instead, it went, the wrong way. It went sideways, and she snapped, literally losing her mind, and then murdering her 3 children. Again, Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband, has stood by her the entire time, saying this is not the woman who he married. This is a completely different person. And he, again, is expected to be the prosecution's first witness, or at least among the first witnesses. But he also, interestingly, appears on the defense witness list. That alone, just that, the fact that the sort of the state's first witness and star witness also could be the defense star witness. I mean, how many times do you hear that? Not very often. Not very often at all. So this is going to be interesting. The prosecution, in their openings, expect them to say and emphasize she specifically sent ex-husband Patrick out. The timing of him leaving is the timing and the window of opportunity that she had to kill these children. The use of exercise bans to literally squeeze the life out of them, the whole sequence of events, and then the actions afterward that she, literally slashed herself and tried to end her own life. According to the prosecution, the Commonwealth, they believe that this was all predetermined, and it was an outcome that she wanted to happen, was not the result of the medication. Kevin Reddington, who was the defense attorney, whose name you will know by the time this is all over, he's going to talk about long psychiatric decline that happened over a period of months, postpartum depression, as we talked about, possible postpartum psychosis, where she literally lost her mind, the constant changing of medications, hallucinations, thoughts of unaliving herself. And you're going to hear a lot of expert psychiatric testimony. And from what I understand, Patrick Clancy, I believe, is in a civil suit already, going after some of the doctors for overprescribing. So this is going to be a really fascinating case. And you're going to also hear, by the way, potentially in openings, but I think, more once Patrick is called to the witness stand, you're going to hear his incredibly emotional 911 call. You're going to see all this crime scene evidence, the autopsy evidence, the medical records, the psychiatric records. And of note, more than 200 witnesses are expected to be called. And that's why they say this trial could go 6 to 8 weeks. We're not planning, at least not right now, to take this, every day, but on some big days. And the big days are obviously opening statements and also when the ex-husband testifies. So, and that could be literally this afternoon, if not tomorrow. Among the more than 200 witnesses who are expected to testify, we're talking doctors, also psychiatrists who are doctors, police, firefighters, friends of the couple, family, maybe even more importantly, including the ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, and then experts in the field. The comparison everyone seems to be making right now, Andrea Yates, who drowned her 5 children in Texas in 2001. Her first conviction was overturned. At her second trial, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity after overwhelming evidence that she suffered from profound postpartum psychosis. Her psychiatrist testified she experienced delusions and believed killing her children was the only way to save them spiritually. She is still in a secure psychiatric hospital, even all these years later. And we are talking back to 2001. So we're talking 25 years, and she is still in that psychiatric hospital. Will this happen with Lindsay Clancy? We don't know. We just don't know, and we're going to find out as this trial progresses. Tim Jansen, he's inside the courtroom. We can't talk to him because they're on a lockdown essentially inside of there. He's going to come out after openings and talk to us via a link and tell us which side connected more emotionally after we watch it ourselves. The aggressiveness of the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington. Does he use the word psychosis repeatedly? How much time does he devote to all these medications? How does Lindsay herself appear throughout openings? That's going to be interesting. Everyone's going to be looking at her wondering, did she lose her mind? Is her mind still lost? I can tell you this. It's just all the way around. This is such a tragic case. This is these are three children who all lost their lives. A mother who seemingly lost her mind and her family. And then you have an ex-husband who, God bless him, this guy, again, I don't think that you never know. I just can't imagine picking up and moving on. This guy was able to train for a marathon. I think he ran the New York Marathon with his new wife. By the way, she's a fertility doctor in New York City, which is interesting to me because Lindsay Clancy was a labor and delivery nurse. They're both associated with child rearing and childbirth. And but by all accounts, he's happily married, and the wife is deeply in love with him, and they're kind of soulmates. And this all happened after this tragedy. So, man, this guy was able to pick himself up by his bootstraps and start it all over again. Very fascinating. Emmy Nikolov here is correct. Of note, she is paralyzed from the waist down. That's what I have for you so far. I would love to go to Tim Jansen, but he is inside the courtroom. He sent us a photo, and right now we're just waiting on the seal of the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We can get a live look inside that courtroom real quick. There it is. There is the seal, the Sigalum Republic, Massachusetts. That is otherwise known as the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I still have no idea what these jewels are. I don't know what a butterfly means, but thank you. There it is. This reminds me of the Andrea Yates case. This is whatever. That is the case that everyone is talking about. Now, the 911 call, someone saying we won't hear about it. They're going to be playing it, but the public, this is true. There was a motion to suppress some of this stuff from the public, as far as I understand it. And some of these things, correct, we will not hear. And there's some images that we, the public, will not see. I do believe, and correct me, Emmy, if I'm wrong here, but I do believe that the jurors are going to see this. It's just correct. The COEs just now, as I said that. The jurors are going to hear and see some of these things, but the reason there weren't opening statements last week after a jury was seated is to go over some of these motions to suppress some of this evidence from the public. And it was granted in large part. So there are going to be a bunch of things that we don't see and look at for 406 forever. I don't want to hear it. I don't blame you. So, this is my own personal opinion. In a more liberal state like Massachusetts, I just cannot imagine a jury not going for option 2 here, which is not guilty by reason of no criminal responsibility. I think that is, I want to get the wording absolutely correct here, which is what I am going back to look for. Not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. That is the phrase. Not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I mean, to me, call me crazy. Let me know what hop in right now. Let me know what you think in the chat. I can't imagine a jury convicting this woman of 3 counts of first-degree murder. I just don't see it happening. I feel like this is a bit of, I don't know if I want to call it an overreach by the Commonwealth, but I just feel like a jury of her peers, 12 women and 6 men, are going to realize that a labor and delivery nurse, this is certainly out of the norm. Granted, I don't know all the facts of this case, as I don't think anyone does, but I don't know much about her prior to this horrific crime, other than the fact that she was a labor and delivery nurse, and by all accounts was a seemingly quote unquote normal, good contributing member of society. So someone's calling me crazy. I get that. And that is Anxiety Maiden, which I love the name. You're crazy, Joel. I'm not sure why she's calling me crazy. But yeah, let me know here. I'm looking at the comments. Anxiety Maiden, she killed her 3 children. Yes, I totally understand that. Patches Esquire here. Lack of criminal responsibility means lack of intent. I guess Patches. I guess that's a simplified way of putting it. I don't know, according to the law, a neely-mealy, look, I mean, men who kill their children are at least temporarily insane too. Huge misconception that Massachusetts is very liberal. Don't be fooled. Go look at a map. Creative Chaosify, I think it'll be a hung jury. So do a lot of you think that she will be found guilty and convicted on these 3 counts? Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe I'm totally off base here. I just feel like before we get out of the gates here that they're going to come back and say not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it. Oh, I said call me crazy, so I did. I got you, Anxiety Maiden. Joel, I completely understand why they're not showing the autopsy photos, but what is the reason they won't let us hear the 911 call? The reason is the judge, and no other reason. Well, the defense, filed those motions, and the judge decided we don't need to hear it, except for the jurors. Conflicted, we need to hear testimony. Good morning to all. By the way, this is going to be the first of many this year. I am going to head to the Shanna Gardner trial. That's very similar to the Dan Markel murder case, except, not really except, I was going to say. So Shanna Gardner is a murder for hire plot to have her ex-husband killed because of a custody battle, and it happened in Jacksonville, Florida. So I'll be heading up there. COE and I are brawling a little bit. Let us know. I definitely we're here for opening statements, and we'll be here for Patrick Clancy's testimony, who is the ex-husband. We'll see. Maybe we'll go a couple more days at the beginning and then come to you on big days of this trial. And then again, toward the end, it's just at STS, we don't have the resources to sit in on a 6 to 8 week trial. Although I have a feeling that this is going to be a little bit shorter than that. Vegas Strong, Nevada. This is an interesting comment, and I'll tell you why once again. Please know, she says, I assume she, postpartum depression is very real. I have no doubt. As a man, I don't know if I'm a man, but as a male, it's just hard for us as men, I'm speaking for the male species, to relate because we don't give birth. What's interesting in this trial is you've got 18 jurors, 12 are women. Now, the question is, I'm curious to hear what you say. Are these women going to be tougher on Lindsay Clancy than male jurors would be? What do you think? It usually rolls that way. where the women are tougher. But again, Carrie Lee Vickers is going to be an interesting trial, no doubt. Candace says she will be found not guilty. Now, I just want to re-stress, there is no found not guilty. It is not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, which is a huge difference. Because not guilty means she walks out. Could she be found not guilty? There's a chance, like maybe I would say like a 0.01% chance. And that's because the defense is coming out and saying she did it. She did it. They're saying our client is responsible. She's just not criminally responsible. So the idea that she walks out of that courtroom, I've talked to a bunch of lawyers and legal minds, and they say, this is, and they said there's next to no chance she's just walking out. It's going to be two things. She's either guilty, convicted, and goes to state prison, or she goes to a psych hospital. Those are really the bottom line two outcomes. Julie Schwartz, this is not postpartum depression. This is postpartum psychosis. Very different, much more severe than postpartum depression. All I can say at this point is, thank God I don't give birth to children. God knows what would happen if I give birth to children. Women and mothers will be sympathetic. I want to hear, Ali Foley says, from the pharmacist who filled the medications. That's interesting. Watts here. Watts shaken. I get it. Watts shaken. Not be able to fathom harming your own children. That's something that the jurors might be able to not wrap their head around. Just one more thing, a mistrial maybe. And Andrea Yates had a mistrial at first. So we're going to see here. By the way, opening statements were set to start at 9 a.m. It's now 9:27 a.m. on the East Coast. We started about 10 minutes early, and I've been talking nonstop. It's about the only thing I'm decent at is talking, speaking. And I don't know what the holdup is. So I don't know if there's some last minute filings here. Let me give you a breakdown of who's who. The players here, the judge, William F. Sullivan. Could there be a better Commonwealth of Mass name for a judge than William F. Sullivan? I don't think so. The lead prosecutor and assistant district attorney is Jennifer Sprague. She is with the Plymouth County DA's office. And then the lead defense attorney, Kevin Reddington. Reporters say court staff and lawyers for both sides are here. I don't see Lindsay Clancy yet. Court officers are setting up an easel. COE, how do you know all this? And where is Lindsay Clancy? Why is she not there? Shouldn't she be there? So we are standing by here for opening statements in what is undoubtedly going to be a precedent-setting case. The hospital she's in right now, says Ann Beto, is definitely no country club. I don't know the hospital that she's currently in. I know that SGS Nation will know the hospital she is in. I can't imagine it is too much fun to be inside a psych hospital. If you think about it, Andrea Yates has been in there for 25 years. I don't know where the time goes because I remember, pretty vividly hearing about that case. Movement on the seal, which is always a pretty good thing. And zoom in and zoom out. Let me look through some of these comments here. It'd be great if we could go to in Major League Baseball now, they interview the players while they're in their position in the field. I mean, I can't think of anything like that. Here, up there in some sound. Here we go. I wish we could speak to Jansen in the courtroom, but that's not happening. There you go. The defense attorney Kevin Reddington, and everyone is going to be looking at Lindsay Clancy. She's in a peach blouse, kind of staring off into the distance there, looking. She's in a wheelchair, I believe.
Is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Cotton.
Space will fix.
Counsel, good morning.
There we go.
Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
Bam. That wasn't but 3 seconds and already a sidebar. That's it. You heard the judge say, excuse me, Judge William Sullivan, they had technical issues early on. Audio sounds pretty good there. Does not sound like Spacey's going to have to do a ton of work on the audio. I got worried with that court officer who was Massachusetts. The Commonwealth has an interesting way of old school way of kind of shouting things out. So that's what happened there in the beginning. The judge immediately calling for a quick sidebar after saying there were technical issues, but it looks like we are going to get going with opening statements, which appear that they will soon be underway here in the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Plymouth, Massachusetts, to be more specific. She is using a chair that is in a wheelchair. She is partially paralyzed after trying to slash herself after committing this crime and then jumping out a second-story window. You can't be too quote unquote normal or in the right state of mind just to do that alone. ESME here letting us know this is a great judge in Judge William Sullivan and assistant district attorney Jennifer Sprague. I have to agree with this. East Coastal wins. Lindsay looks so blank, maybe medicated. Yes, she does. Tim Jansen, he's in the courtroom. Thank you to LMCB. Audio did sound pretty good there. Still no idea what any of this means, but thank you for the flowers and the jewels. Can never have too many flowers or jewels. Shout out to us West Coasters up at 5:45 a.m. You're listening to the judge, Melissa, but I'll take that. And good morning. 5. What time did you go to bed last night, Melissa Navone? That's what I'd like to know. Judge is no nonsense. I'm not sure how to take this. I've been married to a man just like Joel for 30 years, crusty and sweet, from Marcia Petersburg. Well, say hello to your husband for me. Not sure what crusty and sweet is. Oh. Yeah, please, everyone. It just takes one finger. Please hit that like and subscribe button. If you appreciate the content, you appreciate the fact that Tim is there. The COE's putting a lot of stuff onto the Patreon page now, including parts of an exclusive interview that we did with Donna Hooker, stepmom of Brian Hooker. We did that interview last week, and then all the mainstreamers picked it up over the weekend. So things like that are going into the Patreon page, and please like and subscribe. I'm curious what they are talking about here. Look at this. I can't believe this. Teresa Schmid is in 3 Points, Arizona. I used to report in 3 Points, Arizona. It's Lovely place in the absolute middle of the desert. But welcome to Teresa from 3 Points. Wow. Interesting. Lest you think we are not a global phenomenon, 11:04 p.m. in South Australia, where it is winter time. So happy winter to you. This is true. Best guess, better community. That's how we roll. Crusty, hard around the edges, my guess. There we go. From Susu. Thanks, Tim Jansen, for being in the courtroom. Marsha Peters explains all bluster on the surface and gooey on the inside. There you go. Crusty. What the hell are they talking about already? And for this amount of time, lest you think we are not a global phenomenon, we've got Guam tuning in with Tucker Boy, 11:30 p.m. And here is a super chat here from VCC. I hope this tragedy brings attention to postpartum psychosis. It's real, and whatever the legal standard, this illness contributed to this. Thank you for covering. 15:35, that'd be 3:35 in the afternoon in the Netherlands. Look at this, 14:36 in North Ireland. Best show ever. Thank you, Vivian. I like that bird of yours. Guam, Netherlands, Northern Ireland, and you doubt that we are a global phenomenon? How dare you? South Africa is here right now. Look at this, Bosnia, and you guys question. People make fun of. People have said to me, you say you're a global phenomenon. Well, how are you not a global phenomenon if you're on in Guam, Northern Ireland, Bosnia? That means you are a global phenomenon by definition. It's a factual statement. Also, Southwest Florida is in the house. And Lake Tahoe, one of my favorite places, a beautiful place to be. Lake Tahoe, what a beautiful place. Bucharest, Romania. And then you've got Belgium. And where did Bucharest go? Poland is here. Scotland is here. Romania is here. And people are going to challenge me when I say that this is a global phenomenon. Croatia is here. Canada is here. Germany. Are you kidding me? Scotland. You know what? I'm going to up it from 50 countries in our global community to 300, even though they're not 300 countries. This one we already pulled up. COE Zimbabwe's in the house. And Vivienne giving us insight into that bird that was in her avatar right there. He's an African gray parrot. Unbelievable. I watch all the time. Look at this. I don't think I've ever seen Vivienne's name till just now, but an African gray parrot. I'm curious, how long will an African gray parrot live for? And I have a feeling it's going to be a very long time. Denmark, Norway, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Cape Town, South Africa. You got to be kidding me. I think we've got every country in the world. This is the world. You're right. This is it. This is the World Cup of YouTube right here. This is the World Cup. Here, this is it. Look at this. Tasmania is in the house. Are you kidding me? Mexico. Look at this. Tasmania is here. And this is not the first time Tasmania has been here. Look at this. Look at this. What the hell are they talking about? For those who are just joining, opening statements were supposed to start at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It is now 9:39 Eastern time. That is 39 minutes later. A few moments ago, Judge William Sullivan came out, apologized for technical difficulties. Here we go. I can hear the mics are up. Let's get to it. We should be starting with openings. Let's see here. You can see Attorney Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney, speaking to his client, Lindsay Clancy. I'm very curious to know what she's like today in terms of like lucidity and clarity, and if he can speak to her openly. Like, is she understanding things? Is she grasping things? I think these are all things that the jurors are going to be wondering about right away too. They're going to be watching her very, very, very closely. Look at this. We've even got someone who is cruising through the Bahamas, as in Gamecock in North Carolina. Obviously, the Lynette Hooker story has been something we have followed very, very closely. Nova Scotia, Canada, the UK, Manchester. Here we go. It appears there's another sidebar coming up. Just want to let me check my phone here and just make sure that good old Tim Jansen has not reached out. COE, I'm texting you something right now that we need for this particular show for openings. Look at this. Froggy says, I'd love to be on the jury. Really? That's fascinating. This is a trial I don't think I would want to sit on a jury. I would actually find it fascinating to sit on a murder trial, but I don't know that this is the one that I'd want to sit in on. Will they arrest Brian Hooker? It's got to be getting very close at this point. If you missed our show with Donna Hooker, Brian Hooker's stepmother, his wife went missing while they were on a sailing trip in the Bahamas back on April 4th and has never been seen. The wife has never been seen. We had his stepmother on, Donna Hooker, last week, who says she has no doubt that her stepson committed this crime, zero doubt in her mind. And then told us something crazy about what happened in Hawaii back in 1985, 1986. And I will leave it there. If you want to know what happened, you got to watch the episode under the live tab with Donna Hooker. Hello from Wales, sunny Wales. I was explaining to my son that Liverpool doesn't just have a good soccer team, but it's also home of the Beatles. He didn't know who they were and didn't seem to care if it didn't involve soccer. So that failed yesterday. Here we go. Camera panning out once again. This is now second time we've had a sidebar without proceedings beginning. Let's see what happens here. Judge William Sullivan presiding in Plymouth, Mass. No truer statement than this, and it's coming from a different Carmela. This Friday, by the way, is supposed to be Phil and Scott. Looking for our own Tim Jansen. I don't know. Media could be in just one part of the courtroom. This is interesting. Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney, appears to be the solo practitioner. No one else at that desk. Interesting. Reminds me of Charlie Adelson with Dan Rashbaum, but Dan Rashbaum had someone there. Kevin Reddington appears to be all alone. That's a lot for what could be a 6 to 8 week trial. This won't go 6 to 8 weeks, though. It is 46 minutes after the hour, so we are 46 minutes late with opening statements here, but it looks like we're about to get going. This judge is supposed to be absolutely no nonsense, Judge William Sullivan. It looks like he is dotting his I's and crossing his T's here. Does anyone get the sense there's something nuts is going to happen right now? Someone's asking, could there be a plea pending? I got to tell you, viscerally, I feel like this should not be a trial. Is there a chance that there is a plea going on right now? Could be. Prosecutors in this case, Assistant District Attorney, someone just asked, Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague with Assistant DA Amanda Fowle, Fowle. Could the Commonwealth suddenly plead some sort of deal with this?
All right.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an and give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
God save the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, it looks like we're moving forward, everyone.
All right. Nice. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket 0019, offense 003, charge of murder, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so, and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which she's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you You have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and/or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. And so that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of the how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios. And in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later. But a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right. And then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is in much, believe me, much more detail at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial. And as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right. That's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right. I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right. Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed. And that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, it just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right. So that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. All right, when I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right. In this courtroom, this is the sidebar. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right. So we do that over here. It can be annoying. I know that. But we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, like those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here, right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right. We're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right. And so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just, it's up to you. That's your option. All right. You should know that those notes are your notes. By that, I mean, we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day, they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable. All right. And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2. And we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day. All right. And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. The defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3B restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, Overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
That was the Commonwealth. Here comes the defense attorney. Exactly what we thought, that she did it intentionally, that we know she had some issues going on, but this was an intentional triple homicide. You can expect here for the defense attorney to argue she was not in her right mind. Too many medications, up to 13 medications.
Easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to?
He will argue she's not criminally responsible.
You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, then, and she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. They brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have two young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times you heard she faked the suicide? Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll hear stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. Next to the cup, sadly, a gift saying "because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, cold ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. Was paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room with the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess. That she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She could only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Oh, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids. And they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore perinatal behavioral health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you got to go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorpazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada, and Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th. December 6th, diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam, 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. we can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear, because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day, 1 day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared it. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living in a nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that 1 day reached out to Gelada to find out what's up with the medication, and Gelada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada. And the last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital Emergency Room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis, thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate or whatever. Absolutely. Did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
At its
All right,
opening,
members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out again. Don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all right. Jury, this way, please.
okay, court recessing after opening statements, first from the Commonwealth and then from the defense team. And that defense team, one person, Kevin Reddington, who I thought did a fantastic job. COE, I just want to make sure that Tim Jansen has a link in case he is able to hop out. Tim Jansen, criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor, was inside the courtroom.
So we'll be in recess for about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so they're officially recessing here for 20 minutes. I just muted the court. COE, please just make sure Tim has that link ready to go in case he's able to get out and just hop on for a few moments right now. But just to recap, and you saw right there at the very end, Lindsay Clancy in a wheelchair for life, paralyzed. And that was part of the opening statements from the defense that the Commonwealth, according to them, part of their game plan is to say that this was sort of a feigned suicide attempt. And he immediately, the defense attorney, in opening statements, went to some visual exhibits, one of which is Lindsay Clancy in her hospital bed in Massachusetts right after this attempt to unalive herself after taking some medications, which the defense attorney said she crushed up, I guess, in order to put in some liquid and then swallow, along with slashing both her neck and her wrists before jumping out of a second-story window at her home and her husband at the time's home. And that, of course, left her partially paralyzed for life. But let's recap here, and we'll see if Tim bounces in. If not, we're going to do a full recap show. I mean, Tim will be here at some point, before then, but we're going to do a full recap show at 5 p.m. Eastern time with another attorney, Tim, and a third guest. This is, thank you, Neil Campbell. This is about as difficult a trial as one can cover, I think. This is, especially if you have children and you're a parent, this is tough to listen to. Ihark Runge is correct. She has admitted guilt, is paralyzed, and lives with debilitating sorrow. She was failed over and over, and my heart breaks for her and her children. And in the chat, you can see there's a mix of feelings and emotion about this. Some people saying, no, she committed murder here. And look at that. This is Sarah. She refers to me as a dork. I don't know how to feel about that, but I'll take it as a compliment. Sarah with no H, to be sure. Okay, so opening statements by the Commonwealth. As per usual, the government usually a little more uninteresting. Let me use that as an adjective, just straight to the point, nuts and bolts, as opposed to the defense attorney, who was a little more dramatic today. But the Commonwealth, they started Cora. That was the first word, the older daughter. She had just turned 5. Literally, the first word of opening statements was one of the children's names, talking about how Cora was sweet and smart, how she liked princesses and baby dolls. She loved Sophia the First, which my daughter loved that as well, or her. And then pivots to they were strangled deliberately and meticulously, and went on to say that Lindsay Clancy, this is the prosecutor, that she used exercise bands and pulled on them so hard until their little bodies went limp, which is almost impossible to process. You don't want to process that, but that is what happened. Neither here nor there, but sort of here and there. The defense attorney said in his opening statements that they are going to visit this house. And he cautioned that the house looks nothing like it did, and that there's a family in there living there now with children. I just thought to myself at that moment, I could never, ever, ever move into that house, knowing that 3 young children were murdered in there. I'm curious, could you move into a house where 3 little kids were murdered? That is next level. I know in a lot of states, I know in New Jersey, for example, you have to declare if a murder occurred in a home. But I was just thinking about that, wondering, wow. Sarah Grubbs right here. It's interesting. Oh, but she said she is, but she's not. In my opinion, she is not a monster. She begged for help. These doctors failed her. But there are people who say she's a monster. So, and that's what I thought you were saying. And it's divisive. This is a divisive case. But back to Commonwealth's opening statements. So the ADA says that they were strangled. It was deliberate. It was meticulous. She says that there will be evidence that is going to prove this. And that evidence is going to be very difficult to see. The criminal defense attorney literally started off by saying, God bless you. Usually we thank you for your service, but God bless you in advance because of the things you're going to have to see. These jurors know they are in for one hell of a trial and images that are going to haunt them probably for the rest of their lives when they look at some of these images. All I can say, I guess, selfishly is thankfully for the public, a lot of these images will not be made available because of some suppression issues that the judge ruled in favor of. They don't want, the defense does not want these images out, and the judge ruled in favor. So a lot of these really difficult images will be left just to the jurors. But I mean, just think about how tough that is as a juror on this case. The Commonwealth went on to say that the list of witnesses is going to be quite long, from paramedics to doctors, to police, to detectives, to experts, just cautioning the jurors that you're in for quite a long ride. COE and I are kind of going back and forth, as you do in all great marriages. I'm telling her I'm actually fascinated by this trial. I would like to stay on it. It's very difficult. We are a small but mighty team. So 6 to 8 week trial is a lot. I think this trial is going to be much shorter, maybe 3 going into a 3rd week. How long do you guys think this trial is going to be? Let us know. If it was going to go 3 weeks, maybe even 4 weeks, I think we should do it. The COE, she doesn't think we have the man or woman power. We were only going to come on big days, but let's see how everything progresses. The Commonwealth went on to say, so what happened that day? It was January 24th, 2023. They lay out that fateful morning. There was a snowstorm coming in, and usually the children, the 2 older ones, are at a daycare center called Little Sprouts, but not on that day. They were home. The defendant, Lindsay Clancy, took Cora, the oldest, to the doctor. She was exchanging text messages that morning. And by all intents and by all accounts, according to the Commonwealth, Lindsay Clancy on that morning of January 24th, 2023 was acting quite normal. I think we have Tim Jansen here. Tim Jansen.
Hey, Joel,
you hear me?
how are you?
Great, man.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know you have very little time. You have to get back in. Tell us your thoughts on those openings. The prosecution was very nuts and bolts. The defense attorney, he pulled some Tim Jansens in there. He got emotional. He got the jury into it. What were your thoughts?
Well, I met Kevin right before he went in, and he knows your show. I told him I was covering it for you. He said he'd been on your show many times, loves the show. I thought he did a brilliant opening considering the kind of case we got. Very detailed. He showed the graphics of every time she got meds, every time she got sought help. Her parents, her mother-in-law was helping her. Clearly, she wasn't faking any illness. And clearly, I think it resonated with the jury. The jury was riveted because he used charts. And he also showed pictures. He showed pictures of her injuries, showed the knife, he showed the pills, he showed the cup where she took the pills, and her injuries, and he showed the bloody area. I thought it was a brilliant opening for the defense. I think the state has a big uphill battle with this, with the mental illness that is surrounding the courtroom.
Tim, you're too handsome. Slide that one finger on your left hand over. There you go.
Sorry
Too,
about
too
that.
handsome to block. Yeah, we saw you, but everyone wants to see the all of you. I thought the defense attorney did a masterful job. Kevin Reddington. Number one, Tim, how unusual is it? He is all alone at that counsel table except for Lindsay Clancy. Does he have help there?
No, he doesn't really have any help. And it looks like there's a priest 2 rows behind. I think 3 family members came out of the same room with Lindsay when she came out. They look like relatives. They look similar to her. And a priest is in second row behind Kevin. But Kevin's an experienced lawyer. You can look at that. He's very experienced in the courtroom, the court personnel, the bailiffs. Everybody knows him. I don't know if you picked this up. We had a little jury issue at the beginning. A juror was brought to sidebar. She had to take an oath and answer questions. That was part of the delay in the trial. And that
Do we know why?
We don't know that, but that juror is still on the jury.
Okay, that's interesting. We were all wondering about that. Tim, I know it's always awkward and you have to get back in there, and I want to make sure you get back in there. One thing that really stood out to me at the beginning of openings on the defense side, Kevin Reddington, when he went into Tim Jansen mode, he looked over, pointed to the front row and said, the prosecutor, Tim Cruz, is sitting right there in the front row. He brought this charge. He knew this woman is an emotional wreck and he wants to destroy her. How powerful was that inside the courtroom?
It's interesting. We were standing in line. Of course, I got here really early. I was first in line at 6:35.
I love
my
it.
loyalty to this. And so here comes Cruz, comes walking in, and media is looking at him, and he waves to them. They said, hey, DA Attorney Cruz, how do you feel? He goes, I feel great walking in. And we talked to some people, and Cruz has been the DA here for, I think, 25 years. And there was some scuttlebutt that there was no other prosecutor in the state that would have brought this charge except for Cruz. He's sitting in the front row, right behind the prosecution team. And the defense lawyer pointed him out, talked about how much money and expense and resources, and pointed the DA out. And if you remember, he said, this is not a righteous prosecution in his opening.
Yeah, interesting. He did go on. Kevin Reddington said that the direct quote was, Tim Cruz is right in that front row. He brought this charge and he knew it would kill the soul of this young woman. So that is high drama right there. To the Commonwealth, who started, they went first with openings.
Right.
Tim, the ADA there started off with Cora. Literally, the first words out of her mouth was the name of the oldest daughter.
Right.
What was the sense in the courtroom while openings were going on? Did you get a feeling one way or the other for how people were reacting? Did it seem more favorable to the Commonwealth or the defense at this point?
I think the prosecution did a nice job bringing up the child's name, trying to, rationalize and make them realize everybody knows this is a terrible jury. It's a terrible case to sit on. It's an emotional case. You have 3 young kids that were murdered. You have clearly mental health issues. The DA did bring up some points that were pretty good about having him go get the food, knowing he's going to CVS, her taking a call in the middle of the murder before she tries to kill herself. These are all good, valid points to show maybe there was some semblance of reality. Maybe there was some planning. Maybe she wasn't as sick as we're thinking. But on the other hand, what the DA, they got a long road to go on this case. Because, when you think about a case like this, if you kill your kids, you're either a really, really bad person or you got some severe mental illness. And the defense has brought out severe mental illness. So many drugs this woman was being on, and postpartum, maybe bipolar coming into play. And then the drugs that were being given may not have been the appropriate ones and not in the appropriate amount.
Yeah. I know, Tim, just let us know when you have to jump back in the courtroom. It's getting close to the 20-minute mark. Real quick, though, the ex-husband, we keep hearing Patrick Clancy, he's going to testify next. How unusual is it that he's testifying for the Commonwealth, but then he's also testifying for the defense, almost as like a star witness for each side? It seems unusual to me.
Well, I think what the state is calling, the Commonwealth is calling him in to get the 911 tape in. They want to get that in to start the case. That's going to be why they're going to call him. They're probably not going to ask him any other. They may ask him some questions, but I think that's why they're calling him. And I think the defense has other reasons they're going to call him. It's about 105, 110 person courtroom. A lot of media came in. There's about 35 media from all over. I didn't see Court TV. I was looking around. I didn't see anyone from there. Maybe Court TV is here. Court TV is here. Okay. So Court TV is here. But it's a fascinating case because, postpartum is an illness. It is recognized as an illness. And I don't think we really understand the significance of postpartum. I met some people in line that were doing studies on postpartum in line. Interesting. And I think this case is going to shed and open some eyes to a lot of people, including prosecutors.
Yeah. People are tuning in now because they know we've got the famed Tallahassee criminal defense attorney, R. Timothy Jansen, former federal prosecutor. Tim, just let me know when you have to go back in there. Court dog Daniel says he's sitting right next to you. Make sure you say hello. To Court dog. Yeah, we just got a message on the chat. So
okay,
you need to find him. Do you want to head back in? And okay.
Yeah, I'll head back in. And
okay,
I'll talk to you during the break.
Yeah, check in with us when we hit lunch around 1:00. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Bye.
All right. So that is Tim Jansen in the courthouse, STS, bringing you the very best coverage on a very, very, very difficult case. So I just want to go back and clarify before court resumes, which should be any minute. The Commonwealth said, look, a voice basically told her it was the last chance to kill her kids. They were now paraphrasing the defense at that point. But then they said this was not a woman in the throes of psychosis, that instead she acted quickly and swiftly, and she did it to kill. And you're going to hear, she said to the jurors, about what led up to that day. And we are going to hear from friends and family, detectives, law enforcement, EMT, to get a full textured picture of what led to the moment that she decided to strangle those 3 young children. And I thought one thing the Commonwealth did, which was interesting, here we go from Creative Chaosify. Opening statements did not move the needle for me, still undecided. I think that's probably a good thing, considering we are less than 2 hours into what could be a multi-week trial here. However, the Commonwealth made it a point. You heard Tim say, look, postpartum depression and psychosis is a medical malady. But the Commonwealth said, don't get caught up in this. This is not a public debate about postpartum depression. This, ladies and gentlemen, is about the defendant, Lindsay Clancy. So they made it clear we're not looking at a broad scope of what is postpartum depression, what is postpartum psychosis. No, we're looking at this defendant at this moment in time, and this is what happened. And after that, that is when Kevin Reddington got up. And I thought, he started off very softly, soft-spoken, almost prosecutorial-like. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I know this is difficult. Typically, we thank jurors, but I want to say God bless you because you're going to see things. And then suddenly he pivoted into Tim Jansen mode, which is a very powerful criminal defense attorney with a lot of dimension to him. And he turned, as I said, and he said, Prosecutor Tim Cruz, who is sitting right in that front row right there, he brought this charge. He wants to kill the soul of this young woman. And right then and there, I felt like it was gloves off. This really does, to me, feel personal, from Kevin Reddington's standpoint, the defense attorney. And you learn later on, and I didn't know this, and, for full disclosure, I have not followed this that closely until recent days when I started researching it. But Kevin Reddington was in that hospital, and he put up a photo of her because they're making it seem like it was, a superficial attempt at unaliving herself. And so he did a good job putting up a photo of her in the hospital, and she looked horrible, and goes on to say she was handcuffed. And at that point, I noticed the chat was split. A lot of people saying, oh, boo-hoo, she was handcuffed. Others were saying, well, she shouldn't have been handcuffed. This is a woman who was out of her mind. And this is what's probably going on with the jurors. I wouldn't be surprised if this jury right now at this moment is split in halves, half saying she's a murderess, and the other half saying, no, she was a woman that was over-medicated. Doctors didn't know what they were doing, and the jury very likely is conflicted. So he goes on after pointing to the district attorney and says that she was a high achiever. Everyone talked about this. She was a gymnast. She had tons of friends. You're going to hear from her friends. She has friends from 6th grade. They're going to be here to talk about how they're still friends with her, even after this, that even though Duxbury is a very wealthy neighborhood, from what I understand, they lived in a humble house. Debbie here with a comment, if she told her family she had ideations of hurting the children, why was she left alone with them? So hard to say. I mean, things are not black and white, and especially when it comes to mental health issues. Maybe she was having a good day. Maybe Patrick Clancy felt like he could, like he was feeling things out, and this was a time where he could leave her alone. There's so many variables here, but the defense said, look, you get this impression that they lived in this mansion in Duxbury, which is a well-to-do neighborhood, but they didn't. They were living in a humble house there. You're going to take a ride to look to see what it looks like. It's different now. It looks nothing like what it was. Then he pulls out another chart, and he says the medications were an absolute mess. They were mixing them. He starts showing a list of medications. He also talks about how the Commonwealth is going to say these were dinky little cuts. This was a superficial attempt at unaliving herself. But that's when he put up the photo of her in the hospital and says, does this look like a fake unaliving? He, of course, is using the S word. And it did not. It looked like she was in awful shape, typical picture you'd see like in a movie, like with the neck brace on, bruising everywhere, slashes across her throat. He said when she jumped out, the accusations from the Commonwealth are going to be that it was a like a superficial jump for dramatic effect. But this guy, Kevin Reddington, said no, she exploded her thoracic and cervical spine. That's why she's paralyzed to this day. It is called a Jefferson fracture. Says you're going to learn what that's like, and went on to say she's living in hell. She knows what happened to those kids. So make no mistake, the defense here is very, very transparent, saying she did this. She knows she did this, but she's not criminally responsible because essentially she was out of her mind on these drugs. That phrase, criminally responsible, you're going to hear 10,000 times. And that is ultimately what this jury is going to have to decide. Some interesting images. The defense attorney went on to say that when she was in the hospital bed, Lindsay Clancy, Court Dog Daniel here, I don't care how good Reddington is on his feet. There are 3 dead kids strangled one at a time. I can't get over that. Look, another amazing observation, interesting observation. And this is going to be the feelings and the sentiments of the jury. But are they going to be able to come together? And keep in mind, listen to, by the way, that judge reminded me of the male version of the judge from the Brian Walsh case. Remember her? And forgive me, I forget her name, but She stood and addressed the jury, and she was fantastic. And at the beginning here, this judge stood and addressed the jury and said to them, look, this is not evidence, opening statements. This is not evidence. These are roadmaps of what the sides are going to bring you. And so you have to keep that in mind. The jury has to keep that in mind. And even though Court Dog Daniel can't get past it, he might be able to once he hears some of the actual evidence. But back to Kevin Reddington, he said when Lindsay Clancy was hospitalized after that fall, not only was she handcuffed and unable to see her family for up to a week, and Kevin Reddington was already there as her attorney and said he was on the verge of getting a court order, to allow family to see her. He describes her as being spread out on the bed and crucified. Interesting metaphor, hard hitting, particularly in an Irish Catholic state and city like Boston and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He said he had to move heaven and earth to get family in there. That is when he pulled out that whole list of medications. He had it color coded, and you could physically see these numbers. It just scrolls on of the medications that she was taking. And he said she was on more meds, spiraling down, and that she herself was reporting disassociation and confusion. And it got so bad that her own parents had to come up from Connecticut to help take care of Lindsay Clancy. And she would sit on the couch and bang her head into pillows, clearly out of her right mind. And that is what the jury is going to have to decide. Was she in her right mind, or was she out of her right mind? Was she criminally responsible, or is she criminally not responsible? Boy, this is going to get difficult. Prosecution will probably demonstrate the time it took to strangle all three. I said that to the COE last night. We have 3 kids. I don't know that I can talk about it, but the amount of strength and time is significant. It's not easy to do that. From June Mom 613, I need more evidence. Just because she had 13 medications, we don't know how many doctors told her to discontinue one before taking a new one until I hear critical instructions from the doctors and the actual timetable. Very fair. I agree with that to a large degree. Look, I mean, if this is a baseball game, we're not even out of the first inning yet. This is not the first inning. This is first couple of pitches have been thrown. We are expecting Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband, to testify. Tim believes he's going to be testifying next. He's certainly one of the first witnesses. And you heard Tim say the Commonwealth is calling him just to get this 911 call in. Apparently, we are not going to hear this 911 call. It has been suppressed per a motion that was filed. And so we're not going to hear this 911 call, but we're going to hear quite a lot. I'm hyped up on this. I'm fascinated by this. Have you guys put enough pressure on the COE, my better half, to say, hey, let's keep going with this trial for a while? Again, trials are tough. We have trials that we have planned ahead of time, like Shanna Gardner, that I will be at in Jacksonville, Florida. But here, we have the pool camera. Should we continue to take this trial beyond opening statements and beyond Patrick Clancy? Don't know that we could do it for 6 weeks, but we could do it for a little while. Difficult subject matter. This is bossy Texas chick. Yes, Joel, that's why I wasn't surprised when I didn't see any upcoming thumbnails for this trial on your channel. I was like, probably they didn't want this subject matter. This is tough for sure. Amy Mink says, keep going, please. James Fagan, total BS. We can't hear the 911 call. Yes, please. Yes, please. Keep it going. Yes, please. From Mim Benjamin, our good friend. You believe that Min Benjamin lived in Switzerland, where my grandmother lived. It is a small world. We've got the best guests. We've got a better community. We are a global phenomenon. Did you guys see the countries, the number of countries represented in this chat earlier on? It will blow your mind. This trial is so important, says Lisa White. Look, I know what I'm doing. I'm getting you guys to do my dirty work. I can't brawl with the COE. I've got to get you guys to do it. Look at this. Psychopaths don't seek help. The doctors and medical institutions should be on trial. They're going to be, because Patrick Clancy, I believe, is suing either the pharmaceutical companies and or the doctors in all this in a civil lawsuit. So there you go. That's already going to happen. And I have a feeling he's going to be in for look, I don't know how to say this strongly enough. There is no amount of money in the world that replaces 3 children. But that guy is going to get, in my opinion, a very large settlement as a result of the medical dealings here. It sounds like it was an absolute mess. Creative Chaosify says, I'm okay with not hearing the 911 call. This is always important. Remembering this is not entertainment, but the worst moment in people's lives. This is where it is so hard, to separate the true crime from, an STS show. It's rough. It's always a fine line, and you get drawn in, and there's drama, and there's the attorney yelling at the district attorney, and things get dramatic. But this is rough. James Fagan, COE, if you cover this whole trial, I will be here every day. Yes, please do the trial. How long do you guys think this trial lasts? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to scroll down. Do you think this is really 6 weeks is a problem? Because we have Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez Saldana coming up mid to late August. But if this went through next week and the week after, which is basically what I think is going to happen, I think we're okay. There is already no court tomorrow, though. I'm just thinking to myself, who just said I'll be here all day? I will be here all day. Emmy Nikolov says it. The woman who calls me a dork, she says 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Barbara says 6 weeks. I don't think it's going to be 4 weeks. I'm going to say 3 weeks and change. And Rosemary Gallagher going over, you cannot go over on The Price is Right. She's saying 7 weeks. You would not win the Showcase Showdown, Rosemary, unless this goes 8 weeks. Then you win it all. You will win the stove. You will win the new kitchen appliances, the blender, and the Chevrolet, whatever the cheap model of a Chevrolet is. Nikki Cuds, friend of mine, friend of the show, because it'll last a month and it's a landmark case. Joel, please do it. Joel, no court tomorrow. We want to do it. It's also, by the way, hugely tough on the mods. The mods keep this show together. And Space Coast, COE, I'm getting myself into a predicament here. COE and I will discuss this. We will figure it out. Solicitor Randolph, America's most active troll and friend of mine, even though I've never met Solicitor Randolph from the Alec Murdaugh trial. Joel, this case is much bigger than the others you mentioned. Make the right call. This is the one to watch. This is a big case. Where's the COE? COE, you want to weigh in here? I don't know. We're going to discuss it. We're going to figure it out. We're going to do a show tonight on this. We're going to do a show on this tonight, I think at 5 o'clock. We've got Margaret McLean, who teaches at Boston College. We have Tim Jansen, and we will get one more. And then tomorrow, since there is no trial, We're going to bring you another show on this, and we're going to have psychologists who sort of specialize in postpartum depression. That's assuming that Steve Cohen can wrangle the guests in time, and hopefully we can. Jody Sacca, please cover this in full. Love your channel. Much respect from Florida. Thank you, Jody. We're in Florida. We're in Florida. Is everyone in Florida? Look at this. Look at this. She's playing hard to get. COE. I didn't just date the COE. I didn't just marry the COE. I had a Walker dog. God bless Zilla. Killa Zilla. May she rest in peace. I took Zilla to the dog park on her final day. COE didn't just say, yeah, you're going to marry me. She made me work for it. And right now she says she can't decide right now. Playing hard to get. Welcome to my world. Why are people saying this is landmark? Are people trying to say some form of mental illness are more noble than others? We had a case like this with Andrea Yates. This is a case, I don't know, it's a landmark case. It's like a precedent-setting case. I mean, it's a huge case because this is a woman who the defense is admitting murdered her children, but is saying was out of her literally right mind because of the cocktail of drugs she was on. I think Kevin Reddington said at one point she was on something like 13 plus medications. That's a lot of medications just for this. I don't know about what other stuff. COE, you're being quoted already here. Kelly McClellan and COE said she's not weighing in right now. Am I going to get a text? Let me just hold on. I might have gotten a text message already. Let me see here from the COE. Let's see. We will see. We will have to. There's a lot that goes into it. If we don't bring you the full trial, gavel to gavel, we will certainly bring you the biggest days, like when Patrick Clancy is going to testify. We're going to bring you closings, obviously, but COE, Spacey, Meave Moen, and us will figure it all out. Oh, look at this. Solicitor Randolph, the world's greatest troll, giving me I guess like sort of a compliment here. Joel loves the trolls. I like to call the trolls out. Solicitor Randolph, you're a real genuine troll. Some are under the guise of being viewers who then troll you, and those are the ones I like to call out. Joel loves the trolls because he used to work the news van. He talked about it before. He knows the game, an intelligent man. Thank you. I miss the news van in a weird, odd way. Jody, I asked where in Florida. There's the answer. Dunellen, Florida. Never heard of it, but there is a Dunellen spelled differently. Instead of the O at the end, it's another E. There is a Dunellen, New Jersey. My Jersey pride shining through. Someone in New York City reached out and said, I haven't seen you. When are you coming back up to your home, New Jersey, New York? And I said, guess what? I will be there in September because I'm a romantic at heart, and I am taking the COE to decompress from all this. I'm taking her to see AC/DC. And my friend Mike, not the pug, but Mike, my actual friend, one of my oldest friends, and Rob will meet us there. So it will be a good time had by all. COE, I didn't text, thankfully. Whenever I get a text from the COE mid-show, that is a problem. This is Sarah. She was found guilty. I'm not sure who we're talking about there. I don't know if that was Andrea Yates. I don't know. Joel, will we get Carm's take on this case? Yes. The short answer is yeah. Carm would be fantastic for this. By the way, Carm FaceTimed me. I was muted, so you guys didn't hear it. Court is coming back. Carm has no idea.
We ready for
She's
the jury?
8,000 miles away. We will get her to weigh in here. Court is back in session. This could be Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband who was remarried. Remarried to a fertility doctor. Lindsay did break down crying a little bit during the openings of the Commonwealth, which I thought was interesting. And I don't think I mentioned that, but she was wiping away tears from that tissue box. Interesting to point out, I think.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right, well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
This is big. This is the ex-husband, remarried, as I said, to a fertility doctor. He lost his 3 children and has forgiven his wife. And so why is he being called? Tim says to bring in this 911 call. This should be fascinating legal maneuvering.
Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before and in the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PATRICKCLANCY.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury,
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes,
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I work from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way. And it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the, traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away. And I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah,
And what was their name?
Callan,
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that that you were going to start off with one shift and hopefully move to two?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that
Yes.
time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
yes,
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes,
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seems to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that like if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple of weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be a bit of a
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mhm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Hmm. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mhm.
So that aligns with
But
what
the question
happened.
was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed And no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more. The trazodone prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
A lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And she drove herself home from the hospital then, is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, this is exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
Right, that may be marked.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
I got the first photo of all 5. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, like had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Do you find it disturbing? And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making lunch or playing with them or, getting ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was Women and Infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And, but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll see everybody about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, that is the morning session, day one in the Lindsay Clancy trial. You got opening statements with the Commonwealth delivering them first, followed by Kevin Reddington, the criminal defense attorney, and apparently the only attorney for Lindsay Clancy. I took a quick look at his bio. His office is in Brockton, Massachusetts, the home of marvelous Marvin Hagler. It is a working class town. And Kevin Reddington definitely has a unique style, sort of a blue collar style to him. And I just asked Steve Cohen to reach out to Joe Krowski. If you remember that name, we got to know him during the Karen Reed trial. He also has an office in Brockton, Mass. And they just, I went to school up there, and it's a different kind of place, just salt of the earth people. So I'm sure the two of them know each other, and we're going to see if we can get Joe on the show for 5 p.m. Eastern to do a wrap up on this. But obviously, opening statements early on. We're going to see now as well if Tim hops on for a few. Tim Jansen, our own Tim Jansen, criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor. He is in the courtroom today, and he will likely check in. He's got to grab a bite to eat as well. And then Tim is going to come back with his full breakdown at 5 o'clock after court once he gets back to his house. But obviously the headline in the afternoon, or I should say after openings from 11 to 1, is that Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, has been on the witness stand. And I'm just noticing a lot of comments in the chat, and he's taking a significant amount of bashing. You got to understand, this is a guy who lost his 3 children and his wife. And I'm not going to get on a soapbox, but I think far be it from any of us to judge his answers, to judge how he's responding, to judge the fact that he's remarried, to judge how he reacted to her in real time, not feeling well, to threatening to unalive herself, to threatening to unalive the children. I don't think any of us, unless you've been in that situation, know what it's like. And I can tell you, I've never been in that situation. To me, he comes across as very sincere, as a guy who lost 3 children. It's a guy that is wounded. I read about him. He's an interesting guy. He trained for the Boston Marathon shortly after all this happened. He moved to New York City because he knew he needed to start over. He's only in his mid or late 30s, and found a love of his life, a new love. A lot of people are saying, well, how can you leave your wife? How can you? For all intents and purposes, I think it's pretty clear to everyone, the chance of Lindsay Clancy ever seeing the light of day is pretty slim, whether in a prison or a psych hospital. That's where she's headed. And the complications that come with this in terms of guilt and regret and anger, that's all pent up inside of them. It takes a lot for that dude to get up there and testify. And he's not just doing it once, he's doing it today. And I'm not sure how long it'll go. It could go longer than today, but he's got to come back and do it for the defense. That guy is, if anything, deserves, I think, credit just to be able to get up there. So everyone is free in this country and in the billion other countries that follow us to think what they want, but I just put that out there. So getting to his testimony, the minute he took the stand, they panned over to Lindsay Clancy. They both Lindsays. He remarried a Lindsay. I didn't know that. So the minute he took the stand, Lindsay Clancy got emotional, as she did at the sound of hearing her 3 children being killed at the voice of the prosecutor during opening statements. And when she saw Patrick Clancy, once again, she took a tissue and dabbed her eyes. Patrick Clancy, born in 1988, just married in December of 2016. They lay down the foundation. And then he starts to be asked about his first child, Cora, who was born a day before Christmas, 2017. He was asked at that point if he recalls Lindsay taking psychiatric meds during nursing school. He says he did not recall that. The implication is that she had been, I guess, at that point in her life on psychiatric medication. Then went on to say that she worked at Mass General as a labor and delivery nurse, and that once she had Cora, she was fine. She was, dealing with anxiety. And then as it got time to go back to work, closer to going back to work, her anxiety level rose quite a bit. But he said that her mood was good while on leave. And here the Commonwealth is kind of building to this crescendo. Again, reiterating, hey, okay, so the anxiety got worse right before she had to get back to work. They asked, well, what did you do about this? How did you deal with it? We had babysitters. They had the financial means at that point. So they had a babysitter helping out 12 hours a week, he said. A lot of times Lindsay worked overnights. Miss Jen was the babysitter, Jen Shanahan. I'm sure we're going to hear from her at some point. I'd be surprised if we did not. Then on to the second child, Dawson, who's born, interestingly, 5 days after. One is born 1 day before Christmas, and this one born 5 days after Christmas in 2019. And according to Patrick, this delivery was traumatic, that the baby was in a breech position, and Lindsay experienced significant bruising and tearing, and it was much worse than in the case of giving birth to Cora. But he did say that in giving birth to Cora, there was tearing and bruising as well. But again, underscoring that giving birth to Dawson was much harder than giving birth to Cora. And again, the pattern sort of repeated itself, that she got anxious when she had to go back to work. And let me take a break here to read Karen's super chat. Thank you. I don't personally think I would ever be able to move on after something like that, which makes me happier that he did. I admire him. I'm in your boat. I mean, no one ever knows their own strength, I guess, until they're put in a position to prove it. But I mean, from the outside, that seems like a very hard thing, if not the hardest thing to move on for. And you see little Cora there in that purple shirt, and then Dawson in the gray shirt, cute little kids, good looking family. You heard that Lindsay was both a high school athlete and a collegiate athlete as a cheerleader. So with Dawson, the much harder pregnancy, she started to confide in Patrick, saying that she struggled so much, especially when she was separated from the babies. At one point, saying that it was unnatural to be separated from a baby when you're the mother. That this is what Lindsay told Patrick, and that breaks my heart, because at the end, obviously, she takes their lives. And again, none of us know what she was really experiencing. We're all looking at this. I think the vast majority of us are looking at this with a rational mind, not with the mind of someone who's in a very, very, very dark place, thinking very dark thoughts. And if you're not in that position, none of what you're looking at from the outside really makes sense. You could see her affect right there. I mean, look at her affect compared to earlier photos. I mean, she's just dead in the eyes, blank stare, and look how cute those kids are. That is a very, very tough picture. Wow, maybe this will be my last day of true crime. What do you think, CAOE? This is a rough one. Well, I mean, just look at her there and look at the kids. I don't think any of us can really comment on Patrick Clancy. I mean, all of us are free to comment. We're allowed to comment, but I don't think anyone really knows what either of these two people were dealing with or are dealing with still. Callan, the youngest, is born. He's the only one that's not close to Christmas Day. He's born, interestingly, it looks like Memorial Day. Interesting. 5/26 of 22. His delivery was very quick. Patrick says both he and his wife at the time, Lindsay, were smiling. And then they get back to a state of the anxiety started to increase after the birth in 2022. And then the murders come the first month of 2023. So the anxiety kicks up, and he's asked by the prosecutor, well, what was she exhibiting when you saw that anxiety? And she said, I was seeing stress, just lots of stress. He said that they were financially secure enough to afford more help at the time. The kids were going, the two older kids were going to a place called Learning Sprouts from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day. He said that they were taking turns doing pickups and drop-offs, that Lindsay never obviously went back to work because of what happened. He described her at that point, this is in the spring, ahead of the murders in January, that she was slightly stressed out, but in good spirits. That's also when she said to him, it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn. That is a direct quote. They go to a wedding in New Hampshire, and that's when she tells him, this is now in the fall, I believe. They go to a wedding in New Hampshire, and she tells him, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft, which is an antidepressant, I guess an anti-anxiety medication. And she tells him at the time that I think it'll help with anxiety and going back to work. And he says, well, she did not improve on Zoloft. She got into a more depressed state. And then sleep issues came into it. And at one point, she asked him to sleep in the basement. I don't have a basement, so never been asked to do that yet. He goes to the basement, he says, for 2 days. And then after that, she eventually, and she wasn't mad, and he made that clear, she just wanted to try to focus on sleeping. And we all know, like, when you're having trouble sleeping, like last night, COE and I were up really late, and I said, I can't sleep, I'm wide awake. And then if you fight it, it gets worse. So I cuddled with Ethel, and I just eventually passed out. And the COE was doing work up until this morning. I don't know how she does it. At that time, when she asked him to go to the basement, she was actually the one sleeping with Callan, the youngest. And then she's asked, were you aware? And this is now a flurry of questions regarding the medication from the Commonwealth. The prosecutor asked, were you aware out of the Zoloft medications that she only took 7 pills? No. Now, this all is in December of 2022. So it's December, murders happened in January. So now in December, are you aware that she only took 7 Zoloft pills? No. Are you aware that she only took 6 pills out of an Ativan bottle? No. Are you aware that 2 of 30 pills were taken of the Boost bar? No. Hydroxamine, only 3 pills taken. Trazodone, I guess it is, forgive me, only 7 pills taken. So obviously and clearly the Commonwealth here is making the point, okay, the defense is saying she was on this cocktail of medication, she's taking all these medications, she's taking all these pills. Commonwealth is pointing out, okay, she's not taking all these pills. My dad, may he rest in peace, was a psychiatrist. My mother's a social worker. I've heard it. I've seen a lot in that regard because of what my parents did for a profession. And when you're in that spiral, a lot of times you don't take the medications that are prescribed of you. I remember a lot of people would go to my dad and say, I don't want to take these medications. And he would say to them, well, if you sprain your ankle, you need something to help you walk on your leg and use a crutch. So these medications can help you. This is obviously very broad and somewhat vague, but the point is when people are going through this, they don't take the medication. And in this case, she was not taking a lot of the medication. In the Commonwealth, I believe the argument is, yeah, she wasn't on this cocktail of medication. But I don't think, and this is my own opinion, I don't think that's proving any point that, okay, now, she's fine. She wasn't, she took 3 hydroxamine pills out of 30 or 2 boost bar pills out of 30. I don't think the fact that she's taking a low dosage means like, okay, well, she was fantastic. Obviously she's just a murderer because she wasn't on all these meds. I mean, I think she wasn't taking the meds because of the state of mind she was in. So I don't know if this is helping the Commonwealth, and this is something we can talk about later on. And I'm just going to tell everyone, I don't know if I'm biased, but I feel like this woman belongs in a psych hospital, not behind prison bars. We haven't heard all the evidence, but that's where I'm starting here. And I think people are going to come in here with preconceived notions. There's a bombshell that drops, maybe I'll change my mind, but that's where I'm at right now, for full disclosure. And by the way, this is an odd trial because almost across the board, you go in, most of us go in very anti-defendant. In this case, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think people have a lot of different feelings. So it's a tough one. They skip ahead now to the night of the murder, and he talks about, off topic, in an interview from prison, Brian Koberger filed a petition to reopen the case. He blamed his guilty plea on false promises and wrong information. Wow, that's going to go nowhere very quickly. Absolutely nowhere. Keep writing those letters, Brian. Who did you give the interview to? Hopefully it was Brian Etten. Moving along, the night of the murders, after they occur, Patrick Clancy does point out that police took a bag of medications. He said something there that caught my attention, very subtle. He said, he did not say the night my children were murdered by my wife. He didn't say that. He said the night my kids passed away. And I think that just goes to how he's feeling. I don't think he himself, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think he himself views his wife as a murderer. I think he views his wife as deeply ill mentally, and that's why he has, said publicly that he has forgiven her. So he does say, the night my kids passed away, I gave a bag of medication to law enforcement. They go back in time now to her having trouble sleeping, and she had gone 48 hours without sleep. She takes herself to the hospital because now she's having heart palpitations, and then it's revealed that she had actually taken a gummy with THC, otherwise known as marijuana, otherwise known as weed. So she takes a weed gummy, and when asked, what did you take at the hospital, she doesn't reveal that she took a weed gummy. And again, the Commonwealth here making the point, okay, not only is she not taking her medication, but here she is taking marijuana gummies. And if I'm the juror, and I guess I could quite easily be a juror, I don't think these are necessarily points against her. And maybe I'm too tunnel vision in my thought about this, but I just think like this is a woman that was just so out of her mind. She was just sort of piecemealing whatever she could at whatever time it was to help whatever situation she was in. At this point, maybe she thought like, if I take a gummy, I can calm myself down, and then it had the wrong effect and it raised her heart rate. November 2022, they bring out a photograph, the Commonwealth. This is obviously just a month and a half or so before the murders. This is some kind of event pre-Thanksgiving with food trucks, and they're a happy family, and they're trying to show all this. They had Thanksgiving plans. They went to Wallingford, Connecticut, home of Choate, the very well-known, reputable private boarding school. Her parents live in that town, and so they went there pre-Thanksgiving, then went to Patrick's sister's house, he said, in Southampton, which is the Hamptons. And he said at that point around Thanksgiving, Lindsay was in rough shape, not talking a lot, very low energy. And then this was an interesting exchange. You know, they say that a lawyer will never ask a question without knowing the answer. And the prosecutor says, December 3rd, this is now like a month before the murders, December 3rd, month and a half, December 3rd of 2022, it was your wedding anniversary. You guys got a massage and went to the Omni Parker house. Wasn't it great? How was it? He said, no, we didn't. We stayed home. You could tell the prosecutor was caught off guard there. I don't know if she was given incorrect information, if he had previously been deposed and said something else, but it didn't fit the narrative she was trying to create, that they were this happy couple around Thanksgiving time, early December, ahead of what would eventually be the murder. So he says they did not go to the Omni Parker house for a couple's massage, that instead we wanted to go out, but she wasn't feeling well. We got takeout. Then he says December rolls around, and that's when things really spiraled out of control after she was put on a medication known as, I don't know if it's Seroquel or Seroquel, I'll call it Seroquel. She said after taking Seroquel, she got really depressed, was having a very hard time. And that's when she started to talk about wanting to unalive herself. When asked what his reaction was to her unaliving thoughts, he said, look, I just wanted to support her. Did she tell you she was having other intrusive thoughts? And he said, yeah, she described thoughts of hurting the kids or of them having an ailment. He said, well, what do you mean an ailment? And said when any of the kids would get like a stomach ache, she immediately went to some sort of kidney failure or something much more serious and dramatic going on, he said, than what was actually happening. So at that point, her parents came up. Patrick Clancy was asked if you felt like you needed to keep her away from the kids. And he said it was very confusing because like 1 minute she would say she's having these thoughts, and then the next minute she's helping them. And humans are complex creatures, and they can act very irrationally and then very rationally. I mean, there's a crazy statistic out there, and I don't know it exactly, but, you know, like 90% or something of those who who make an attempt at taking their life within like a 48-hour period say that it was a huge mistake. So humans fluctuate with their emotions and their feelings. And he said he was confused because she's saying, I'm depressed, I can't take care of my kids. And then the next moment he's looking up and they're on like, you know, the swing together, and she's laughing and smiling. So the parents come up, things get worse. She goes back to Mass General admitting, I wanted to die. And it, according to him, it didn't bother her at all. And that's where, you know, they got really serious about it. At Mass General, one doctor wanted her admitted to an inpatient hospital. Two others wanted her as an outpatient at a place called Women and Infants Hospital, where they specialize, I guess, in postpartum depression. Ultimately, she's admitted to a psych hospital. And it was over like a long weekend. And it was weird. There's this different moments, like with the number of pills in the bottle. And then at this juncture where the Commonwealth is it's like almost like a gotcha moment. And I don't think you can do that with this witness, but essentially he wasn't aware that she was getting any therapy because it was a weird long weekend and the doctors weren't there. But she points out that the prosecutor points out that she was having some one-on-one therapy, and there were some other sort of activities to discuss feelings. And Patrick Clancy said, I had no idea. I wasn't aware she was there. So at that point, we got to lunch, and the judge, who's got a great command of the courtroom, said, is this a good place to stop? And everyone said yes. And now I've realized Tim Jansen said, I'm going to go eat. Screw STS. But we'll get Tim on the backside of all of this. It is my man Mike Baker from the New York Times. Shout out to Mike Baker. He's a friend, and he's a great reporter. He's the one who got the interview with Brian Koberger. No better guy to do that interview than him. Mike, you might want to tell Brian he's never getting out of prison. Dude is stuck there for the rest of his life. My first time, Kelly says, having empathy for the defendant. What is this? He interviewed himself in the mirror. I don't even know what that means, but I'll figure it out. This is a good point, Lynn. We live in a world where we work for money to pay for others to care for our children. You know, it's funny. I see it. That's 100% true. You work so hard so you can just get help. And then I know people who don't need any financial help, but since they've got all the money in the world, they don't want to parent and then hire people. We live in a weird world. This story is pretty unbelievable. If there's ever a story that's going to make me fold and never cover true crime again, it's probably this one. The question is, are the COE and CARM going to call and be like, why are you saying that? Are you an idiot? You host a true crime podcast. I mean, this is a very difficult story. I have 3 kids. These people have 3 kids. My God, the COE is the sane one of the two of us. On a serious note, let me say something about the COE. She is rock solid. One of the smartest people I know. One of the most capable people I know. She can fix everything. You get a piece of furniture from IKEA that I would just toss in the garbage because I couldn't put it together. It's done in 5 minutes. Got a problem with a computer, she fixes it. I don't know how to get rid of data storage, she fixes it. It's a whole different thing. Men are sometimes useless creatures, and I just can't imagine being in a situation where it's your wife and the mother of your children that can't function and can't do, because the mother, it's just like taken for granted, is going to take care of everything. And I look at Carm, and Carm is one of the strongest people I know. I mean, you get lucky in life with mother lotteries or father lotteries, or unlucky in life. And as much as I give Carm a hard time, including calling the show Surviving the Survivor, I wouldn't be here without Carm. I mean, Carm is strength personified. The COE is strength personified. And I can't imagine. That's why I think we have to be careful with how we look at Patrick Clancy. I'll tell you this. I was not near as mature as that guy in my mid to late 30s. My hair was not as on point as his in my late 30s. If anything, I couldn't get married until at least my 40s, until I felt somewhat mature enough. This guy already had 3 kids. Everyone moves at their own pace. Everyone's got their own style. Everyone does their own thing. But let me tell you, it is for a husband to have a wife who's like that, it's got to be unbelievably, incredibly overwhelming and difficult. My kids could go on if I, just fall off the face of the earth. If my wife falls off the face of the earth, everything collapses. No work, no food, no IKEA furniture. We love you, COE, and I'm not just saying that because I think we have to. COE is gorgeous, too. A lot of people don't understand why she's married to me. A lot of times I don't understand that either. But who knows? Not exactly sure. On a separate note, I met a professional football player this weekend. I won't name who he was, but he was at a party we went to, and he's supposed to make a video for my son. I told him my son This guy's been in the NFL for 10 years, and he's going to play probably another 5 years. He was born in the mid 1990s. I was maybe born in the late 60s. His contract may or may not be 10 figures. That doesn't bother me. Anyway, we were talking, and he told me, I said, what's the difference? Because my son, who is 7, he literally, he wants to play soccer every single day. He said, at the level of the NFL or professional soccer, it is not about your physical ability, because everyone has a physical ability. Got to train your brain. He said, you got to train your brain, and you got to outwork. You got to outwork people. So I said, would you do me a huge favor and just send J-Mac a 20-second video telling him you got to be, you got to outwork the person next to you. That's what it's all about. All right. I have to go get a water, or I'm not going to make it through the second half of this. We're expecting Patrick Clancy to come back on the witness stand in about 29 minutes. Creative Chaos Vice says, I may be in the minority, but I appreciate reading different points of view in the chat. We never learn if we just listen to people who echo our thoughts. Joel, check in with Tim, please. I texted to, you know how Tim is. Tim is like hanging out with all the reporters. Tim's doing stand-ups for other stations right now. You'll see Tim on Court TV. Where are you, Tim? There's that loyalty you were talking about. All right, I'm going to go grab a bottle of water because I haven't talked this much in a really long time. And look, I'm not going to sit here and delude everyone and say, wow, this is an easy trial. This is a fun one to cover. I mean, this is the trial that if you cover, you're like, should I ever work in true crime again? Like, that's the question to be asked. What is that new doc on Netflix? I just watched it. I told the COE, I couldn't even follow it. What is it called? Someone help me. It's a brand new, what is that doc called? Anyway, you've got to watch this new doc on Netflix. COE and I went to see Odyssey. My friend who knows me forever is like, did you understand any of it? I was like, no. COE had to explain who everyone was. I read the Iliad and Odysseus or whatever in college, 1,000 pages. Like, it's a good story, whatever. Homer's Iliad, whatever. It's a good story. Did I have to memorize the first 18 verses of the Canterbury Tales by Chaucer? No, I didn't. I mean, I had to. They asked me to do it. I mean, what's the point of that? They teach you about like how to balance your. There's no checkbooks anymore. But Odyssey was a good movie, really well done. And you know what? I'll never think about it again. Not for 2 seconds of my life. But it was a good movie. It was a good movie. And whatever's on Netflix right now, it's like a love triangle. I can't remember the name. A toxic love story. This is it. I couldn't even follow this thing. And I told the COE, she didn't watch it because she was out or doing something. So that's it. By the way, the last 30 seconds of this, since I know you're all dying to know, I started Fred on a belly band yesterday. He is trying to mark, and he's marking into his little diaper. Every 2 hours, he's going out, and then he's getting his belly band changed. He's trying to rip that belly band off, and I'm going to insist that he wears it. I spent part of the weekend just washing the floors of my house because I like to be neat and clean. And Fred will continue to wear a belly band until his marking is minimal. Now, I don't know what other podcasts you go to where you are getting the latest on a horrific murder of 3 children and the state of the husband, and then getting an update on Fred and his marking issues. And you get a Netflix critique. This story, what is it? Toxic love story. You need a PhD to follow it. I sort of had a gut instinct when I was watching it. I said to myself, I really did, that I knew. I can't say it because I'll spoil it, but I knew what was up. I just couldn't follow one part of it, which I'll share with the COE later, which was a little tough, but just goes to show you how insane human beings are, much more complicated. By the way, one last thing. The COE last night at like 2 a.m, and this is why I'm delirious right now. Fred talking about depression. I mean, Fred just looks like, between Mike, the new pug, and now the fact that this guy's got to wear a diaper around his thing. K9, I'm gonna get it. We're doing this. I discussed it. It's happening. Some vets told me not to get him neutered because the science now is it's better to not be neutered. But I'm getting him and Mike. I'm getting Mike neutered before Mike's a lunatic. Am I going off on too many tangents right now? I don't know. It looks like the numbers are plummeting, so I should probably be quiet. Ryan Bibbs gifting 5 Surviving the Survivor memberships. But what can I tell you? We cover true crime. I give you Netflix advice, recommendations. I tell you about The Odyssey. Matt Damon's abs shredded. Bothers the crap out of me. Like if I did Surviving the Survivor and as part of my contract with myself, I had a chef and a trainer, be a lot better, but I don't have those kind of resources yet. Mandy says, keep talking. You're doing great. My throat actually hurts. I'm telling you, Tim's probably doing live shots with all our competitors after saying, yeah, Space Coast. See, Space Coast, no one knows more about dogs in space. And he says, don't neuter your dogs. Just train them. Listen, I put the onus on my oldest daughter now. And by the way, COE, please let Vita know that Fred and Ethel need to eat immediately. And Fred's diaper probably needs to be changed. But Mike's definitely getting neutered. I'm telling you, I've talked to some vets who tell me that getting a dog neutered is actually worse for them now. So someone's talking about Matt Damon's abs. Well, you don't have to do this, COE, but the kids have to do this. If they want a dog and they have 3, they need to change the diaper. One day, God willing, my daughters and son will be parents, and I change diapers. I forgot about that. All right, 23 minutes till court resumes. I'm kind of a weird dude. My dad was kind of an off-kilter guy. I'll tell you one last thing that I'll share because I'm loopy. So I started reading, once you get older, you get more vain and worried about everything. So apparently beef tallow balm, BALM, not BOMB, is the bomb, BOMB. I hate that expression, by the way. Apparently that's like some caveman ass. That's what literally the caveman were doing. We're putting beef tallow on their skin back in the day. And it's like, I've seen a big difference, but the long story short, the thing that I was using sent me a 7-for-1 deal. They do it for like 1 week, once a year. And I got some products. And then it was delivered in what looks like a refrigerator box. And my daughter, the oldest, V, who's into skincare, is like, what did you do? And it reminded me of the time that my dad read about tomatoes helping your prostate. And I came home and the pantry was filled with 120 cans of tomatoes. And now probably for the rest of my life, look at this. But why? I'm rubbing beef tallow on myself right now. OMG. But why? Can you email me survivingthesurvivor@gmail and tell me your brand, please? And I thought it was a guy thing, to be honest. I didn't know. I guess it would work on anyone's skin. It's supposed to be absolutely amazing. But I'm just wondering if my oldest is going to one day tell people a refrigerator, like a Maytag size refrigerator box came with beef tallow, but it was a 7-for-1 deal, and I got the facial moisturizer and the serum that you put on before. So it's like 600 different versions of different beef tallows with different things. Beef tallow is not in the mushroom coffee that I drink. My mushroom coffee is fantastic, although I haven't had it in a while. All right, I got to go get something to drink. We have 20 minutes until court starts. COE, if Tim comes in, just have him explain what he thought of Clancy's testimony, and I'll be back. I got to go to bed before 2:30 in the morning. Oh, one last thing. When I rolled over, the COE is like, I'm making thumbnails, I'm doing this. Meanwhile, she's online shopping, but then she was staring at like 57 bears. There's a live shot. I get so annoyed with all these people who cover like crime scenes and stuff live, and they've got 50,000 people watching live. But if anyone deserves this, it's the dudes in Alaska who are live streaming bears eating salmon, who are now migrating upstream. And it was the most mesmerizing. Like, I'm going to watch that tonight. COE, I don't know if you want to share that link. Most incredible video I've ever seen. Just these bears, like a family of like 13 bears just ripping salmon apart and birds flying overhead in Alaska. When my true crime days are over, I'm going to Alaska. But the problem with Alaska is I went to Canada, and after an hour and 27 minutes, I'm like, what am I going to do in front of this lake for the next 6 days? All right, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Patrick Clancy's taking the stand again in about 19 minutes.
Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you want the witness on the stand now or after?
Well, if we've got a couple of seconds, jurors are coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
All right, we're back for the afternoon session. Patrick Clancy expected to retake the stand. You're looking at Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney for Lindsay Clancy, who is just staring into a deep nothingness, it appears, glancing up now at the judge. She did look at her ex-husband and teared up a little bit. So there is stuff going on there between the ears. Just exactly what, we are not sure. She's kind of had this posture all day long. I'm not sure if Tim popped in or not. He said he was going to try to. I just ran down. I'm going to remove myself for a minute. Oh, he did not. Okay. I will hang tight for a minute. I'm going to eat something and then bounce right back here. I just don't want to be rude and eat on camera. There's also this news breaking with Brian Koberger. I've reached out to some of our sources there to see if we could put together a show on that as well.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object to this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in?
Using the firefighters and trucks, And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party? And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos. That's the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Could
Honor.
I see again sidebar?
I'm not sure if that was the judge or Kevin Reddington, the defense. I apologize. I'm eating my lunch. That beeping happens every time there's a sidebar. This is brutal. And this just got in right after lunch, and the brutality started right away. with Patrick Clancy being asked about his daughter and says that was into princesses and that the youngest, who's 8 months old, liked Paw Patrol, and he was just barely keeping it together. And now they're showing pictures and video, and everyone's asking, is this necessary? And I think that the jurors are probably asking, is this necessary right now? I mean, this is just, talk about pouring salt in an open wound. This is like a lot worse than that. This really is brutal. Positive Vibe says. So I don't know if the judge is giving a little bit of not an admonishment, but just saying, be careful here. And I'm not sure if that would, again, I'm not sure if they sound similar, and they both got the sort of quintessential Boston accent. So I'm not sure if it was the defense attorney who asked for that sidebar or the judge. If you guys happen to know, you're a lot smarter than me and pick up on things a lot quicker. I'm the guy that had trouble understanding The Odyssey and whatever romantic love triangles on Netflix these days. Darla says, I think it's necessary to show the victims in their last days. Liquidman.com. Joel, this is a trial. I get it. Not saying that they can't show this. What I'm saying is, or suggesting, it's going to have a negative impact on the jury. I saw Melissa Navone say, I've sat on 3 juries and this would bother me. Like, as a juror, it would bother her. Like, it would annoy her. Like, it would not be a good thing. Yes, it is facts around the case, but I mean, you have to, as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, realize how it's going to impact, whether positively or negatively, the jury panel that's impaneled, and we'll see. Look at this. Joel, that was me sitting behind you at Don Adelson's trial. Well, thank you for your service, G. Harley Davidson. Melissa Navone underscoring what you just told me. It would pee her off if this was happening. All right. So off to a sidebar here. Early on in afternoon testimony, 2:25 on the East Coast. The judge said that we would go till about 4 p.m. on the East Coast. We have breaking news with Brian Kohberger per the New York Times. He says that he was, quote unquote, well, not quote unquote, but that he was essentially duped into his plea deal, and that his truth, this is a quote, his truth is his innocence. This guy apparently wants to torture the Idaho 4 victims' families for as long as he can. So I've reached out to a couple people I know in the Kohberger world, and maybe pivot to that. We will see. But right now we're in a sidebar to JMS, who's like, I just got back. Also, Savannah Guthrie just posted a new video, as you see, and COE has it up on our YouTube under shorts, under the short section. I only watched the first 10 seconds of it, but she's asking for some very specific things, as I understand it. But you can go on YouTube right now and find it. I prefer the white noise over the echocardiogram beeping sound, which is giving me anxiety every time it beeps. Beep. Beep. All right. Tell you what, we're waiting on the sidebar. And since we had about 10 seconds worth of testimony, which was some of it Patrick Clancy trying to keep from crying as he talked about his daughter's princesses. Outside of that, not a lot to talk about. So I'm going to just finish up my food. We got Court Dog Daniel, shout out to him, in the courtroom. Not sure how he does this because he was just last week, I believe on Friday, at the David preliminary hearing, and now he's cross country in Plymouth, Mass, in this courtroom. Court Dog Daniel. He's no joke, Court Dog Daniel. I'm going to finish eating and I'll be right back. This is continuing coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and her ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, is on the stand. That beeping is not you losing your mind, and it is not you, thank God, in a hospital room. It is you watching trial coverage and the mellifluous sounds of side bars.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification, and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum, and we can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful.
Why were you hopeful?
Because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No, she encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, did she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so. Yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder and Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots
Yes.
and Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that? We go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this pirate ship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh. $16.25. Sir, here at 1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. Got the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the COG photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
Showing some more family photos there, which is tough to watch. I didn't catch the name of that place, but I think it was maybe on the Cape, and I feel like I was there with my family. COE, I don't know, but it is just this is just a horribly difficult trial to watch on every level. Just on every level. Meanwhile, I just watched the Savannah Guthrie latest plea. It sounds like she's talking very specifically in light of Brianna Whitney reading the text from that first ransom note, which we still don't even know, apparently, if it's genuine or not, because there's been so much conflict. But it sounds like Savannah is speaking to the author of that note, which leads me to believe that they think it is definitely legit, which she has said before that she thinks it is legit. But I was just going to reach out to some Guthrie people on our show to get their take, and a lot going on all of a sudden. Obviously, this trial front and center. You've got Brian Koberger, who now says, I'm innocent and I was conned into a plea deal. That guy just needs to go away. And these families are just going to be re-victimized. And then you've got Savannah Guthrie, speaking of a victimized family, and she looks absolutely worn out in this video. She says that nothing has changed for them. So, man. That bear video in Alaska of them eating salmon is just, it is new, Patty Hammer. This is a brand new video from Savannah Guthrie. Allie B from Tennessee, not into Nancy Guthrie. Some people are interested in certain stories. Torch Lake girl agree on BK. He's claiming ineffective counsel. Yeah. They spent how many years and money on that? He's getting zero chance of that happening, of getting a new trial. I would rate that as probably less than 0%. Someone said, may he rot in Hades. Got to go see the Odyssey. And I knew what Hades was. It was one of the few questions I did not have to ask the COE. That beeping sound, it sounds like your heart monitor is failing and you're about to flatline, is actually just a sidebar noise. You're actually okay physically. You are strong. You are capable. There we go.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted. What's it, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits. Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday, They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is this that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday, the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school. So she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. Or that day.
Right. This is activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next
All
exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days?
No.
I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
alone or with the family?
with the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counselor, can I see both sidebar here?
We are watching afternoon testimony of Patrick Clancy, Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband. They're getting up here to the final moments, the day where these 3 kids lost their lives. I had an audio hiccup on my end at one point, but I think he said that she was having one of her best days. I think that was the quote. And he's just describing the scene before he runs out. She had asked him to go to CVS to pick up some medications and run a couple of errands. I mean, look, this is certainly in my opinion, strong for the Commonwealth here. She seems to be good that day and that time.
We're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So
Wow.
what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort. And I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay.
All rise. Good. Go for the stage. On your chairs. Follow me.
You're all set. All right.
Before this close the session, please be seated.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Oh, yeah, let me see, Counsel, over here.
I just asked Tim Jansen, who's in the courtroom, to see if he can come and hop on for just a couple minutes. And then I think we're going to do a wrap-up show on this around 5 p.m. Eastern time, which is an hour and 54 minutes away. But let's see if Tim will be able to come on as we watch this wind down. Court sort of abruptly recessed about an hour early, and there is no court tomorrow. So the judge told him to be back on Wednesday. There's an other matter at hand the judge discussed. So no court tomorrow. And I'm thinking about this. It's not fair for Patrick. No, not fair. But that's a trial. Dr. Mack here says, and this is where the doctors are going to come in handy. This line of questioning is completely ignoring the fact that she was likely concealing her delusional beliefs and making plans to act on them. This means she was ill. That's exactly what a doctor or psychiatrist is going to say for the defense. I'm sure of that. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Again, no court tomorrow because of some pre-Clancy issue the judge had having nothing to do with the Clancy trial. He made that clear early in the morning. They did stop sort of early today. He said typically they would recess between 3:30 and 4. They recessed right after 3 p.m. after just a short time back, much less than an hour after lunch, and definitely much less than an hour with sidebars. So here they're just tying up some loose ends, and hopefully Tim will join us in just a few. Stand on by.
All right. I want to thank everyone. And so we're going to be recess on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m. All right. So we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
There you have it. That was a very difficult day one in the Lindsay Clancy trial. And again, on paper, at least, they say a 6 to 8 week trial. I don't think it's going to be that long. I definitely do not think it's going to be that long. I do think it's going to be a few weeks, barring any sort of plea deal that would come up in the course of the trial or any other issue that might arise. But as we ended there, it was ex-husband who was remarried, Patrick Clancy, who's remarried to a fertility doctor and living in New York City. So many questions. This is just so difficult because someone can appear normal, I think, which is what the Commonwealth was presenting there on the day that this crime took place. Even Patrick Clancy himself said she seemed normal and was having one of her quote unquote best days. Unless I misheard that, I believe that that's what I'm pretty sure that's what was said. And this is obviously during better days here. Tough to look at these photos, but that is Patrick and Lindsay with their 2 young children. I'm just right now waiting to see. Tim Jansen was in court. He should come out. Let me check my text messages because I want to see what his take is from inside the courtroom. I've not heard from him yet, but he'll be coming on here. Lunch didn't end till about, I don't know, quarter after the hour, and it is not a quarter after the next hour yet. And there were a couple of sidebars, so very limited testimony in the second half of the day here. Going into lunch, it was Patrick Clancy talking about Cora being his daughter there into Princesses and his youngest son into Paw Patrol. Him talking about how she was up and down prior to the murders. And then also talking about how at one point, even in December, close to January, when these crimes happened of 2023, that Lindsay was going back to the gym. She'd gotten some energy back. And obviously, the Commonwealth there is trying to show she was active. She was quote unquote normal, whatever that means. Now, there's already people in the chat who say, well, she was just covering up maybe some of the psychosis, covering up what was happening. When you look at this photo, it is just, a tragedy beyond any measure of what a tragedy could be. A family just totally imploded. The kid's no longer with us. The biggest victims here, the ex-husband basically left childless, wifeless, out on his own. Went out and was able to remarry. And then Lindsay, who is either going to be spending the rest of her life in prison or the rest to a majority of her life in a psychiatric hospital, depending on how this jury decides her fate. So this is going to be the first of many long days. And the plan originally is to bring you the opening statements, since Tim is there, and Patrick Clancy's testimony. I'll get with his COE when after this. That might be all we can do, and then bring you some other big days until we get into real trial coverage, which is going to be with Shanna Gardner. I'm going to go up to Jacksonville for that trial. If you don't know Shanna Gardner, Jose Baez of Casey Anthony fame is her attorney for Shanna Gardner, and that's a very high-profile case out of Jacksonville, very similar to our original case involving Dan Markel. So you might want to Google Shanna Gardner for the end of August. So that will be the next real trial that we cover. Here's another photo of the family during better times. You see that little baby and that little baby head sticking up in the stroller, but this is as awful as it gets. 5-year-old Cora, who's not obviously 5 there yet. 3-year-old Dawson, who is not really 3 there yet, looking like he's enjoying his ice cream. And then baby Callan, 8 months old. They're about that age because Callan was 8 months old when he lost his life, which is hard to say or hard to believe. Not sure how this guy does it. I'll be honest. I have no idea how this guy, Patrick Clancy, is functioning the way he is, getting remarried. I mean, for all the difficulty that Lindsay Clancy has, Patrick Clancy seems to be making up for it with what he's able to do. I can't imagine moving on. I can't imagine moving on the way he did. And I say that in a enviable way. I don't think I could do it. It's amazing that he's able to do this. So, Emmy Nikolov, will you be covering this on Wednesday? Because I said we would cover Patrick Clancy, I'm hoping all roads lead to the COE. I'm certainly hoping to cover this on Wednesday with Patrick Clancy, but all roads lead back to the COE. I agree, Joel. I was surprised to hear he's remarried. This photo is just, I mean, beyond heartbreaking. Beyond heartbreaking. That's 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and then 8-month-old Callan. And you look at that picture and just the hollowness. And then you have to think about his parents, the grandparents, her parents. I mean, I just can't imagine what her parents are going through. I don't know if she has siblings. I would assume she does. I know Patrick Clancy has siblings. What they're all going through is a living hell. I can tell you that. Let me see if Tim got back to me. And if he didn't, we're going to try to no Tim Jansen yet. COE, I'm going to let you make the call here. What the plan is right now, I think we're going to come back and do a sort of a full show on this with attorneys. The plan was then to come back tomorrow on an off day from trial and do something with some experts in postpartum depression. But in the interim, we've gotten some breaking news as it relates to Brian Koberger and breaking news with Savannah Guthrie, who put out another message to her mother's captor or captors. Just wondering if Tim got tied up here. Let me just check here. Well, I'll tell you what, COE, unless you tell me otherwise, I think we should probably wrap this up. This was the first day of testimony in the Lindsay Clancy trial. We promised to bring you opening statements and Patrick Clancy's testimony. He's not off the stand, so I would like to come back with permission from the COE and do this on Wednesday, and then we'll bring you some big days of this as they unfold here. And then we're going to be off to the races come mid-August. We're going to be covering a bunch of trials and increasing our content output from just a show a day into, breaking news and other things as they pop up. But Tim does know we have a recap show, and he was in court. So let's plan. Here he is. Look at this. Literally, here we go. There he is. Unbelievable. Unbelievable time.
Hey, Joel.
Hey, Tim. Good to see you. That was
Good to see you.
that was an abrupt ending there. Do we know why?
I don't know. They, of course, they're getting right next to, they're getting into the event now, right where it happened. Not right where he went to get the food, and then it's gonna be the 911 call. I'm not sure why, except maybe the jury came in early, but I don't know why he broke where he did.
Yeah, so the end of this, I had a little audio issue on my end, but after
Right.
lunch, they basically start Lindsay Clancy's at this psychiatric hospital, and then Patrick Clancy, this got real emotional, starts talking about how his daughter was into princesses.
Mhm.
Tim Jansen, by the way, has two beautiful daughters who are older, but they're probably still into princesses and princes. But he was talking about that, and he was talking about how his little son liked Paw Patrol, and you could just see him starting to
Yeah.
break down a little bit. How was that in court? How emotional was that?
It was terrible. As soon as she started asking the kids about the kids, individually about the kids, she first asked about Cora. You could see he was uncomfortable. You see he was about ready to break down. It was an emotional moment. It was painful for the father, painful for have him testify. I understand what the state was doing, but it was absolutely painful for him to have to relive this. And he looks like a normal guy. He seemed like a normal guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he does seem like he's been to hell and back, which he has. He's remarried. I know that. But
Right.
after all this, the prosecutor takes him on this timeline well into December, and then, like you said, they're talking about Monday, the 23rd of December. The kids go to school. Yes, they're talking about these stomach issues, and then they bounce forward to basically the day of the murders. And when
Right.
they get there, I believe, unless I have this wrong, that Patrick Clancy says something like along the lines of she was having one of her best days.
He did say that.
Yeah, I mean, how powerful is that for the Commonwealth? That seems to go completely contrary to what we've been hearing, I guess.
Yeah, it's contrary to the defense's opening. In his opening, he made it sound like she was a wreck. She was ready to kill herself like for weeks and months. And I think the Commonwealth has painfully, methodically showed she's functioning. Her husband's not noticed anything. Her parents are coming. They're going to museums. They're going to parties. Or it's such a contradiction in the defense's opening as to what. And he said she had her best day the day before and was
Yeah.
having a good day that day.
And that's obviously why they called him. But you see here too, Tim, from Miami, Dottie, like that. In Miami. It's not uncommon, Joel. A lot of people have said, look, people hide, especially if they're in a state of psychosis and they're delusional, they'll be good at hiding if they're hearing voices. So, I mean, obviously, Tim, the defense is going to call a psychiatrist and an expert who's
Right.
going to say, look, just because she appeared okay, there was this whole pattern. She was in these psych hospitals. She had warned about this. She had said she had these thoughts, and it was all brewing underneath, right, Tim?
Yeah, she could mask it. People mask, many people that have mental illnesses mask it a lot. And it's clear he knew that she had issues, but she was masking it pretty well. And, it's such a divergent from what the defense said in opening. You made it believe like she's on all these meds, and then you see where she didn't even take half of them, or she took one fifth of the meds. So
Yeah.
it's going to be. I'm curious to see the cross examination. It's clear that he's been deposed by the state because anytime he gave any answer that's inconsistent, she had to refresh his recollection. So they know what they're using him for. The key thing is going to be what happens when the 911 comes in and that call comes in. How emotional is he going to be when they show the pictures of the kids, when they show the call? That's going to be devastating. It's also interesting. This is a very activist judge because you notice he'll call sidebars, not at any objections by the defense, Objection, he's only, I think, made one defense. The judge himself, let's go to sidebar. And then maybe
Uh-huh.
it's pretrial issues that they were talking about some evidence, and he said, let me hear the evidence first, and then I'll rule. Maybe that's what the judge is doing. But it's clear this judge is taking control and going to make sure it's a fair trial.
That's a good point. That he is calling these sidebars. It's not because of any objections. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've heard an objection to anything yet, as far as I can recall. I mean, Tim, since people aren't there, let's start off with this: 18 jurors, 12
Yep.
women, 6 men. How did they look to you? Like a cross section of society? Did they look like they were intent? Were they listening? Were they paying attention?
Yeah, they were paying attention. Another guest, another person I was watching was they watch your show a lot. They were trying to figure out who the foreperson's going to be. In Massachusetts, they don't know what jurors they get picked at the end. So those 12 jurors get picked at the end. So you don't know you don't know which 18 is going to be a juror. They have been paying attention. Some have been taking notes. Others have not been taking notes. When they got to the drugs and then not taking the drugs they were really taking some notes. A couple of jurors were really writing down these notes. So it seems like they know when to take notes. They're dressed very professional. And I think they're taking it very serious. They're not really looking into the jury. I saw a couple jurors look over to the defendant at one point, just eyeing her up and down when some evidence came in. She's not really looking at the jury. She's like staring straight ahead.
Yeah.
So it's,
How does she come across to you in 3 dimensions in real life?
well, I was just sitting there. I moved my seat the second half. So I was probably 20 feet from her, behind her. She's not moving at all. She's not writing any notes. I think there's a priest or someone right in front of me now. I'm trying to figure out, some family came in. I don't know what the relationship was. I don't think it was the mother. They did show a picture of the mother and the daughter. I was trying to see if I couldn't tell. But I think the jury's taking it really serious. I know the courtroom is packed full of people, a lot of media, a lot of national, a lot of media from Boston, New York Times is here. So it's a lot of people I've talked to here about postpartum. And they really,
Yeah.
the science of it, and they're doing research and they want to see, and I think this is going to be a test case for it.
Yeah, there's no doubt the defense is going to bring an expert. Do you see this trial going? Do you see this trial going as long as they say 6 to 8 weeks?
I think that Kevin said maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah,
The
that's
defense
what
lawyer.
yeah, I feel like
But they're
that's
But they're going to
go
probably
ahead.
call a lot of friends and families and teachers to talk about her demeanor, and they're gonna pound away at this because they know what the defense is going to say. She's on all
Mhm.
these drugs. She's got bipolar. She's got psychosis, and who else would do something like this? So
Mhm.
this is going to be an interesting trial. It really is.
Yeah, and Vancity here says millions have postpartum. I don't think that's going to be the issue. I think this is going to be a case of postpartum psychosis, which is different. And I think that that's where they're going to bring in an expert to say, why is this so different? She was hearing voices allegedly. We know that the jury pool is 12 women, 6 men, but we don't know the jury yet because
No.
it's 18 people, but you don't find out who the alternates are until the end of the trial. Emmy Nikolov playing with the COE. That should say COE, not Joel. Please cover this whole trial. COE took that down right away.
I think there's
Tim-
one African American on the jury, and I think there's one Hispanic, or maybe a lot of Portuguese up in this area. So other than that, they're all white,
African American male or female?
male.
You think the females are going to be more or less sympathetic than the men?
Women judge other women harshly.
Yeah.
But these women on this jury are mostly older. They're 50s and 60s. I saw one maybe 30 and one, but they're older women. And I don't know how many of them have kids or had kids. But it's going to be interesting. The judge is very polite, very nice. He's not screaming at anybody or anything. It seems like he's trying to rein in the prosecutor for things she's doing. I know a couple of times she introduced or let some exhibits be played before they were introduced, and I don't know if he talked to her about that at sidebar. But the husband, they were playing videos and showing stuff before she introduced it as evidence, and the defense didn't object. So,
COE wants to know, were the jurors showing any emotion? Were they stoic, or were they poker
Pretty
faces, or could you
stoic.
see it?
They're pretty poker faced. When they showed the pictures of the kid, what struck me was when the one little boy dressed himself the first day by himself on the day of his murder. It's just tragic. Sitting in that room, it's a tragic, it's like a train crash. I mean, it's just horrible feeling sitting there.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: two things. Are you able to join us at 5 p.m. from your home base? That's an hour and
Sure.
a half. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's plan on that. And you think, are you able to come back to court on Wednesday for Patrick Clancy?
I don't know. We'll see. I'll see. Maybe.
You'll let me know.
Maybe. I'm looking for my tripod. I lost my tripod somewhere. I don't know what happened to it.
We'll go find your tripod. I don't want you to lose that. And we're going to see you at 5 o'clock.
Okay. I'll see you at 5. All right.
All right, Timbo.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody. That was day one of the Lindsay Clancy testimony. We're going to be back 5 p.m. Eastern time with a panel to discuss it in full. And we'll figure out the plan moving forward with this case. For now, love you, America. Love you, Plymouth, Mass. And justice for these 3 young children whose lives were not taken too soon, but way, 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 way too soon. See you at 5 p.m. Eastern time, everybody.